Yeah, so we are just getting started. We're just starting off with a small goblet or a small fancy little cup here at the center bench, but eventually we are going to move on to a completely different project. And for this project, it's a little bit hard to describe. It's more of just a general blown form. So whenever we create a blown form, it's usually more of an artistic or abstract piece of glass that's obviously blown. And so it's less like a vase or a bowl, it's more of just that art piece. So we'll see that after they finish this cup here at the center bench. And before I jump into everything else that I want to talk about in the hot shop, I want to advertise a couple of things that we're going to have happen at the museum. So you guys may already know this, but we actually have Family Day today as well as some fusing workshops. And the Family Day activity is actually free. It's from 1 to 4 p.m. It's called Trove, and you create like a small keepsake box. And then for the fusing workshop, this happens every weekend unless otherwise stated. And I believe it's $40 for non-members, $36 for members of the Museum of Glass. And we also have a really important event coming up called Goblet Week. So starting Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, we're going to have a different artist coming in every day of the week, and they're going to be creating their own versions and kinds of goblets in each of those individual days. And they're going to finish this week off with a special wine tasting, goblet sale, and raffle kind of combined. And these ones, I believe the tickets are $50 for public, $35 for members. But like I said, we will be selling these goblets during that day and during that event, including some of the ones that you physically see on display, possibly including some that you may see during the week. And if you have any questions, that applies to the entire audience, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. And I'll just hop into giving a little bit of a hot shop overview. So I know you guys probably haven't seen them gather out of our clear glass furnace yet, so I'll just point out the large tanks with the closed doors. These hold our clear molten glass. They stay at a very consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of that clear molten glass. And they stay on 24/7 so that we can always use that glass whenever we need to. And it's also important that that glass stays molten so that it doesn't damage the ceramic tank that it's sitting inside of. As you can imagine, it's just such a large amount of that glass. If it were to solidify, it would be really hard to melt down again. And then, of course, our reheating furnaces, they usually run just a little bit warmer between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we just have this center and left one on today. So we'll be able to work at 2 benches at the same time, kind of for convenience. But the temperatures for those 2 furnaces should be pretty much the same. So we actually use a very specific mixture for our glass furnaces. It's called soda lime glass. So there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and these 2 ingredients lower the melting point of the glass, and it also combines the ingredients together. But so glass would actually melt at a higher melting point than 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, but this specific glass melts at a lower temperature of 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that doesn't sound very low. And there are actually many different kinds of glass. I work with a glass personally called borosilicate, which is like a scientific glass that they use for beakers, for example. So you can actually microwave this, you could dishwash it. You cannot do that with this glass. So there are differences. And if you were to combine multiple kinds of glass, which is why we don't recycle the glass in here, you could actually have explosions inside of the glass or cracking in the glass. It can get a little bit violent depending on which kinds of glass you're mixing and how much. And for those who just joined in, I'll just briefly recap. At the center bench, we're just working on a small fancy cup or a small goblet here. But I believe after this cup, we are going to move on to a completely different project. And this project is going to be some blown forms. And whenever I say blown form, it's usually just more of an abstract or artistic blown piece. And specifically today, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, which I probably didn't mention yet. So these guys work here pretty much full time in the museum blowing glass. And this is partially to entertain audience who comes in. It's also to make items for the Museum of Glass store. Sometimes they're working on commission pieces. Or like the past few days, we've actually been making specifically goblets over and over again, like you see on these front pedestals. And these are going to be sold in that upcoming event at the end of Goblet Week. Once again, this will be on January 20th. So I believe the Kids Design Glass is going to be happening on that same January 20th, except it'll be happening during the day when the museum is open, so just normally from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then the special event will happen right after the museum closes. So I want to point out something interesting up on the screen. I've never seen this happen in this hot shop personally. We actually have 2 bits of color on the end of this pipe here. And this is coming from something called Color Bar, which is just a solid piece of colored glass like this here. Colored glass through and through. And it looks like they've attached 2 different colors right next to each other on the end of this pipe. And I am not quite sure why they've done this yet. They may be trying to swirl the colors together, but when you add colors together in the hot shop, they don't physically mix together usually. So this is going to most likely give us a sort of texture or pattern inside of the glass. So yes, you could see that they are currently swirling these colors together by rolling the glass on the marber, which is that metal table in front of the furnace there. And the colors for this piece is going to be a sort of transparent color, and right now it's so rich that you wouldn't be able to see what that color is. And then a sort of kind of opaque whitish pink or just a white-based color. And something interesting that you'll notice with the colors when it comes to glass like this, when we're working with the colors, they are going to slightly melt at different temperatures and just move a little bit differently. So as Nick is working with this color, you can see that they're kind of in a different shape than each other. They're not smooth and flush with each other completely. But as we continue to work with this piece of glass, it will be layered in between many other layers of clear. And this will kind of thin that color out. And once again, this is just kind of sandwiching it between those layers of clear. We should have the piece blow out pretty evenly. And so what we'll see here pretty soon is something called a color overlay. They're going to take this color after it's completely molten and shaped out, and they're going to drop it directly on top of a small clear bubble, which Gabe is actually creating at the bench. So after melting this color down, this is dropped directly on top of that bubble. And when that color was really hot, you could really see how those colors were moving a little bit differently. One was more raised than the other. It's just really interesting to point out. And after applying this color to the bubble, you can start to see that swirling pattern. And of course, as soon as they start blowing this out, we'll be able to see that transparent color a little bit better and be able to tell what it actually is. So oftentimes whenever they have large amounts of color left over, you will see Nick kind of sculpting with that leftover color, just trying not to waste any little bit of glass that they can. As some of you guys may have figured out, colored glass is actually pretty expensive, and so we really try to use up every little bit of it as much as we can. There's very little waste in this hot shop, and we can even reuse our clear glass completely just by throwing it back into the furnace to melt down again. And Nick has been sculpting these horses for many years. You'll actually see them throughout the hot shop usually. We have a couple on top of this large silver box here usually, but most of them are actually on top of this furnace in the back. I know it's kind of hard to see, but there's all these little horses up there on top of our glass furnace. So oftentimes when our artists are working on a project, they will put up these images or sketches of what they're currently working on just as a little bit of a reference. And they usually just don't take down the previous images. They'll leave them up there a little bit. So those are previous projects we've worked on. So we have worked on completely rolling this color back and covering up that clear bubble. And we have to let this layer of glass cool down before gathering our next layer of clear. We will always let that previous layer cool down beforehand. So they are just kind of sitting down and letting this rest a little bit. And next you guys will get to see them gather from that clear glass furnace if you haven't seen so already. So I want to reiterate that this furnace holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at this texture, it's a lot like honey. It's very viscous, it's very sticky. So just like you saw, if we were to stop turning the pipe, the glass will physically drip off of the end of the pipe. And sometimes after gathering from that clear furnace, the heat will kind of travel up towards the artist's hands. So this is a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that splashes water up onto that pipe. And especially when working on larger projects in the hot shop, they'll usually start the bubbles on the side benches. Today we're starting over on that left bench. And then once we have all of the glass we need, we'll usually move over to the center bench where we start to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. So as soon as they move over to the center bench, that's when you know the piece is really going to start taking shape. But right after gathering a layer of clear, you'll usually see them sit down and use a block, the block being this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This will smooth and even out that fresh layer of clear, giving it a much more symmetrical and round shape. And this is just going to make sure that that bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass. Once again, we do have a bubble already inside of this glass. You kind of can't see it through that color, but it will become much more apparent as time goes on. And this nozzle just blows some compressed air. And this is kind of akin to just blowing on a hot piece of food. It'll just cool it down a little bit faster than if we were to just leave it on its own. And since they're letting it sit again, that means that we will be gathering another layer of clear over top of this that we already have. And whenever they gather a layer of clear and then let some of it drip off into that bucket, this is called a strip gather. It's basically just giving them a partial layer of that clear and getting rid of some excess glass. And this just helps them get to more of an exact size for the piece. And after that gather, we've moved over to the center bench here, which means that we probably have all of the glass that we need for this project. So once again, going in with this block. If I didn't mention already, these are usually made out of a fruit wood such as cherry wood. And as you can see, they're kept in a bucket of water pretty much 24/7 to make sure that they burn a little bit slower. And this pad that we go in with next is actually just some folded up newspaper that will soak in or splash with water. And this can help them kind of guide which way that the bubble is blowing out, and is pretty much as close as we get to using our hands to touch the glass. And I see there's quite a few new people in here, so I just want to give a quick reintroduction as to what we have going on. So today in the hot shop, we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So these guys work here pretty much full time blowing glass in the museum. And sometimes we'll be making items for the store. Today we are making some blown forms, and we use the term blown forms for more of an abstract or artistic piece rather than a more functional form like a vase or a bowl. And so at the center bench, we are continuing to make these blown forms. This is our first one of the day. And something special to note about this piece is the color. Right now, the glass is just glowing this bright orange just because of how hot it is. It's radiating light and heat, kind of like lava. It's just so hot. But as soon as they start blowing this out a little bit thinner and it cools down to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we'll be able to see that true color of the glass. And these two metal blades that they're using right here, these are a pair of jacks. And they've created the jack line. This divot that we have near the pipe is where we break this piece off the pipe later on. And this is really important because eventually we'll need access to the other side of the piece. Right now we're just kind of working on the bottom of the bubble. And while they're continuing to work on this piece, I just want to mention an important event that we have coming up called Goblet Week. And this is going to start this coming Wednesday, January 17. During this entire week that the museum is open, starting Wednesday, we will have a different visiting artist coming in every day of that week and creating their own kinds and versions of goblets, hence the name Goblet Week. And our artists here have been making some goblets in preparation for this event, so we have all of these on display on both of these front pedestals. And some of these will actually be sold at the end of the event during a special artist reception and wine tasting on the 20th. And if anyone is interested in that event, purchasing a goblet or even entering in a raffle, they have tickets for sale, $50 for non-members and $35 for members of the museum. And if anyone is interested in more information on that event, or if you have any questions about the glass process or even the building that we're inside of, pretty much any question really, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. And just to reiterate a little bit, these furnaces that we're using at the center bench, the one with the large open face, this is used for just reheating. Usually runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever we're going back into the furnace, we're trying to make the glass a little bit more malleable, kind of like the texture of putty or taffy. And I really want to mention this right here. So it looks like we've laid out a wooden board with some wet newspaper over top of it. This wet newspaper will protect the board a little bit more as they roll the glass over top of it. And they're actually supporting a lot of the weight here. They're not really letting this glass fall heavily into the wooden board. They are just trying to get these really straight, even sides to their piece, kind of like a cylinder. And the wooden board is helpful in getting that cylinder shape because it's going to apply an even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time. And for anyone that recently joined, I just want to mention this color again. So once again, we have this swirled color pattern, and this was done by combining two pieces of color bar in the very beginning of our process, which is just a piece of solid colored glass, kind of like what I'm holding. It's just a little cylinder of it. And we have applied this to a small clear bubble. And something interesting about combining colors like this is that different colors move just very slightly differently. They blow out very slightly differently. And so this piece wants to blow out a little bit unevenly. It wants to blow out in one color more than the other color. And so they really have to make sure that they don't let it do that, and they continue to just push it into the shape that they want. And of course, to flatten the bottom of this piece, they're just going in with these wooden paddles and pressing it up to the bottom. And behind the scenes, we have someone who will usually cover up the end of the pipe, which is called capping. They'll either put their finger or their entire hand over the end of the pipe to prevent the air from escaping out of the glass bubble. And this is important because the pipe is basically just like a giant straw. So air can go in, but it can also come back out of that glass piece, especially when they're applying pressure to the glass itself. And I haven't had the chance to mention this torch yet. This torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch allows us to heat one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire object overall inside of the furnace. So we can target certain areas to heat a little bit better using this torch. So it looks like we're done with the lower half of this piece. So they're going to bring a punty over. The punty is basically just a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end, and this is going to allow us to break this piece off of its original pipe. And this is going to give us access to the other side of the piece, so we'll be able to open this form up. And to break this off, they simply apply a little bit of water to the jack line and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And right here, the piece itself is still pretty cold, but that connection is still really warm and moving around quite a bit. So they come back to the bench and they're just making sure that pipe is centered to the bottom of the piece before they move on. And as you can see, we're not putting the entire piece inside of the furnace right here. We're mostly just heating up the front end of this piece. And once again, this is because the lower half of our piece is already complete. We just need to work on the upper half right now. So we're just going to keep that shape that we already have. And now after heating up the front of this piece, we'll be able to start opening this up a little bit, starting with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And they're actually going to trim all of this glass off that they just pulled out using a pair of shears, which you can imagine are kind of like glass scissors. And after doing this, we should be left with these straight, even, thin walls and a thin, even opening. Whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, that glass connecting area is usually a little bit thicker and the break isn't always perfectly even. So this should just even everything out and get rid of that excess glass. And after heating this up one more time, we're able to start going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and slowly opening those blades up and lifting that angle. And this is giving us those nice straight cylindrical walls. Sometimes you'll see them using these wooden paddles to paddle the opening, just kind of smoothing that glass out again. And you'll notice we use these wooden paddles throughout the process to shield the artist from the heat that's radiating off of the glass as well. So that's why you see them holding them up around the glass itself. It's just to protect Sarah's arms from that heat. Now, whenever they're rolling this cylinder on the wooden board, it's also important to note that they are spinning the pipe really quickly here, and this is purposeful to create centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from that spinning. So this is making sure that the walls of the glass are pulling outward and physically pushing themselves into that board and not collapsing on themselves. And it looks like they are pretty much done with this piece. You'll tell when they're done when they start torching this connecting area where the pipe is meeting the glass, as well as seeing somebody getting suited up over on the right side of the hot shop. Usually they'll put on a pair of Kevlar gloves. These really large gloves will protect the artist's hands from the heat of the glass as they pick it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And so just like earlier, to break this piece off, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting area, causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in the glass. And then all they need to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece off cleanly. And they torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain before putting this piece away in the annealer, which are the large black boxes on our far walls of the hot shop. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for completing their first blown piece. So once again, this is going to stay inside of the annealer at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. The thicker the glass, the longer the cooling process has to take to make sure that nothing cracks or breaks. And when we're in the hot shop, we will continuously work on our projects, so we will get started pretty soon over on that left bench again. And this is a good time to mention a couple of events that we have going on. So today we specifically have our family day happening from 1 to 4 p.m. And this is just going to include making a small keepsake box. And this is a free event, I should mention. We also have a fusing workshop going on today where you make a fused tile of glass. You can come back at a later date to pick it up or have it sent to you. And this is $40 for non-members, $36 for Museum of Glass members. And I also want to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over. And once again, we have our Goblet Week coming up as well, which is why we have all these goblets on display. And Goblet Week will start on Wednesday, January 17th, this coming Wednesday. We'll have a different visiting artist come in every single day into the hot shop during that week, and we will see them create their own completely different style of goblets. These goblets will be sold, or actually, some of them will even be a part of a raffle. And this is going to be happening on the 20th, Saturday the 20th, during a special wine tasting event, and artist reception as well. So you'll be able to meet some of those artists or hear from those artists about their work. And once again, we're getting started over on that left bench, starting with our color application process. And this process is called a color drop or color overlay. But today it's a little bit special. As you noticed with our last piece, we have these swirls of color across the glass. And the way that we're going to get this is by taking two completely different colors of color bar and swirling them or twisting them together over on that left bench. So when they pull this glass out of the furnace, you'll be able to see those two individual bars on the end of that pipe there. One of these is a rich, transparent color, and one of these is an opaque, sort of milky white color. And the color in glass itself comes from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. We don't mix it ourselves in the hot shop here. We usually get it shipped in this bar form like you see here. But just to give a couple of examples, I'm sure some of you have heard of cobalt blue. So they literally can mix cobalt metal into glass to get that rich blue color. Then one of our most expensive colors would be a gold chloride going into the glass, and this creates a really rich cranberry red or cranberry pink. It's kind of like a purplish, reddish, pinkish color. It's really pretty. And it's so expensive because it does literally come from gold. So to swirl and kind of twist this glass, it looks like they are mostly rolling it on this metal table in front of the furnace here. And this metal table is called the Marver. We have these throughout the hot shop, the largest one being at this center bench here, where we roll very large pieces of glass on it. So this is, once again, twisting the glass. We're just going for a little bit of an abstract, sort of wavy design in this glass. And this is still just solid color right here. There's not a bubble inside of this glass yet. This color is going to be heated up to pretty much completely molten, and it's going to be dropped onto a small clear bubble. And this process is called a color overlay. And up in the front, Gabe is preparing this small clear bubble for the color to be dropped on. Now, once again, to create this color overlay, they will heat that color up to a molten texture and drop it directly on top of that small clear bubble. You can see a good view of this up on the screen now. And from here, they have to roll this color back to completely cover up that clear bubble. And to do that, we're once again going to use the Marver, that metal table in front of the furnace, to push that color back. And at the center bench here, to use up the rest of the colored glass, looks like Nick is going to start sculpting a small horse. So this is something you'll see if there is leftover bits of color. Just to continue to use that nice rich color up, Nick will sit down and sculpt one of his horses. And he has been making these for years. They turn out really well. And these horses are just sculpted for fun. They're not something that are sold. And so with this horse, the tail broke off, so it simply sat on the floor to cool down. But if we were to properly cool a piece of glass down, we would have to put it through an annealing process, which is the process of just very slowly cooling that piece of glass down. And this is usually done in these large black boxes on the far walls. So later on, you may actually see us open this one up to see what we made yesterday. And up on the screen, we have switched back over to our color overlay. It looks like this color has been fully pushed back to cover up that clear bubble. And once again, this is how we usually get our very smooth, even layers of color across our entire piece. Usually it's one solid or transparent color. In this case, we have swirled two colors together to get more of an abstract design. And next, after letting this cool down, we'll gather our next layer of clear from our glass furnace. This furnace runs it runs at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, very steadily, 24/7. So it's always ready for us to use. And this furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds of that clear molten glass. And after gathering that clear, we sit down and use a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out that fresh layer of clear glass. And this is going to help the bubble that's inside of this glass already blow out evenly. Right now you can't really see that bubble that's underneath those layers of color, but as they continue to blow this piece out, you should be able to see through the glass and into that bubble. And since there are quite a few new people in here, I'm going to reintroduce what we have going on real quick. So today we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here pretty much full-time in the Museum of Glass Hot Shop, making items for the store, helping visiting artists make their own art, and also making commissions. There's something different going on every day, so that list could go on and on. Today they are specifically making some blown forms, and a blown form is a pretty general term, but this is going to be a cylinder-shaped glass blown piece. And this is going to be happening at the center bench. They'll usually start the bubbles on the side benches just to gather up all of the mass they need for the piece. And then as soon as they move over to the center bench, that's when you know they're going to start turning it into that cylinder. And while they're continuing to shape this bubble up, and they need to gather one more layer of clear, I'm just going to mention a couple of events that we have coming up. So first off, today we actually have a couple of events happening. We have our Family Day happening today from 1 to 4 p.m. There will be a small free event where you guys can make a keepsake box. And we also have a fusing workshop, and this is on many weekends, if not every weekend. This is where you make a small fused plate of glass, and you can either pick it up or have it shipped out at a later date for you to be able to keep. And the fusing workshop is $40 for non-members and $36 for Museum of Glass members. And then we also have a very important event coming up on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, January 17th. We will have Goblet Week starting. And every day of that week, we'll have a different artist coming in and making their own completely different types and versions of goblets, which is why we have so many goblets on display right now on these front pedestals here. These were all made by our Hot Shop team, and they'll be able to sell these and kind of raffle them off at a very special event at the end of Goblet Week on January 20th. And on that day, we'll have a wine tasting artist reception, so you'll be able to hear from those artists that made all of those goblets, and be able to have a little tasty bite to eat, something to drink. And this is $50 for non-members, $35 for members. And now before I hop back into just kind of following along with what they're doing in the hot shop, I want to let everyone know that if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. Could be questions about upcoming events, could be questions about the glass process, anything is fine. And we've just gathered that next layer of clear. Whenever they let the glass drip off into that bucket, this is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear and getting us closer to an exact amount of glass that we need. Yes, so actually the buckets that we have by the furnaces specifically are for clear glass. And so any glass that drips off into these buckets or any clear glass that's broken will usually get crushed up and then thrown back into the furnace to be reused. So there is actually very little waste in this hot shop. It's nice. So once again, once we've moved over to the center bench, this means that we're going to fully blow this piece out and turn it into its final form. And once again, today we are making these really tall cylinders, and that is what this piece of glass is going to turn into. And something special that you'll notice about this piece of glass is that we have this swirled color design across the glass. And something that's difficult about this is that different colored glasses actually melt and move a little bit differently from each other. And so they're going to try and blow out unevenly. They really have to remain in control over this piece of glass and not heat it up too much or too little. It's really a balance. And once again, this is going to turn into a tall cylinder shape based off of that last one that we made in here. Now, this pad that we're using right here, this is actually just some folded up newspaper, and we'll usually soak it or splash it with water before using it. And this is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass in the hot shop. Kind of control which way the bubble blows out by holding these newspapers up to the bubble. And this torch that we're using here, I like to call it a large fluffy flame, is actually kind of soft on the glass. And it runs around the same temperature as the furnace, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But using this torch, we can heat up one section of glass at a time. So we can heat up one area that's a little bit cold rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. We were specifically heating up the back end of the piece where the glass is connected to the pipe, because next we are creating a jack line. So these are a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And this divot we just created is the jack line. This is where we will remove this piece from the pipe later on. So we have to know which color we want the piece before we even start the entire process. And all of our color today is starting off as something called color bar, which is this solid piece of colored glass. And we just get it shipped in bar form like this. And it's just different metals and minerals mixed into the glass to get that color. So for example, cobalt mixed into glass gives us a cobalt blue. And we have to, once again, decide beforehand what colors we're using. And sometimes it's difficult to know what that color is going to look like because concentrated transparent colors look black because of how rich they are. You can't see through them. So you just have to know beforehand. And these guys, they've been working with glass for over 20 years individually, so they do have a lot of experience blowing glass. And this process of applying color in the beginning was called a color overlay. We just melted that section of color down, and then we physically dropped it onto a small clear bubble, and then just kind of spread it over top. And if you were to look at the cross section of this glass here, you would see that the layer of color is actually really, really thin, kind of like a balloon. And then there's layers of clear surrounding it that builds up most of the mass for the piece. So for this piece, we have taken those newspapers and we've flattened this bubble quite a bit into a very squat and wide shape. So it looks like this piece is actually going to be completely different from that last one we created, which some of you may remember was a cylinder. So this piece is going to turn out a pretty flat and wide shape. We'll see how it turns out. Once again, this variety of pieces that we're making right now are just being labeled as blown forms, which is a little bit more of an artistic and abstract form of glass blowing, rather than it having a specific title like a vase or a bowl. So for most of our wooden tools in the hot shop, they actually are usually made out of fruit wood, such as cherry wood. And this is just because it's a little bit harder and it burns a little bit slower because of that. So yeah, usually these wooden paddles are made out of cherry wood, I've been told. And as you can see, we're physically using them to flatten the glass here, but we've also been using them throughout this process to protect the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating from the glass, which is why you've been seeing them kind of hovering around with those paddles. So once again, we're using this torch to heat up the cold area of the glass, which is kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe. So this is the last thing going into the furnace, first thing coming out, that back end of the glass. And so it's a little bit colder than the rest of the piece, and you'll usually see them trying to warm it up like this, just making sure everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And it looks like the bottom half of our piece is done, so they are just kind of letting this sit and keeping it warm every now and then while they prepare the punty. And the punty is just a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. It's being prepared over on that left bench. This will be attached to the bottom of our piece, and it will allow us to break this piece off of its original pipe. And now that this glass has cooled down quite a bit, you can start to see those true colors of the glass as well, which is sort of a peachy opaque color and maybe a little bit of an orangey transparent color. So we've just brought that punty over, and this is attached to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once again, this is so that we can break the piece away from its original pipe, and this will give us access to the other side of the piece. And to break this piece away, all we have to do is apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which you remember is this divot near the pipe. This is going to cause some shocking and cracking in the glass. Then we tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And right here, the piece itself is still cold, so they're not trying to open it up here. They're just trying to center the pipe to the bottom before they move on. If the pipe is not centered to the bottom, then the entire piece can look a little bit asymmetrical as they continue. So this is just going to make sure everything remains symmetrical throughout the process. And right now when they're heating the glass up inside of the furnace here, they're not heating up the entire piece overall, because as you remember, the lower half of our piece is already complete. So the only portion that we're heating up right now is the opening of the piece as well as the front half of it. That's what we need to alter and open up. And to start opening this up, they first go in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And they will actually just trim all of this glass off that they're pulling out right now, using a pair of shears usually. So whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, as you remember, this opening was connected to that previous pipe. This connecting area usually has some thicker glass, and that break isn't always perfectly even, so this should get rid of some of that excess glass and make sure that the opening is even. Yes, so whenever we finish a glass piece, no matter how big or small, we will usually put it inside of an annealer, which are the large black boxes on our far walls. We are using this left one today. So whenever we finish a piece, it goes inside of there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And the box will keep it at that temperature until we're ready to cool everything down all at once inside of it. Then we just press a button. It's programmed to very slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And the thicker the glass, the longer this process takes. I think that they told me the longest a piece has had to go in there in the museum has been like 2 or 3 days. And I always love to point this cone-shaped tool out. This is the Sophietta. And the cone, as you saw, will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow just a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So this has reinflated the glass a little bit, giving us a rounder shape overall, and is going to help us open this up more evenly. And to start fully opening this up, they're going in yet again with a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades. And just like our last piece, it looks like this piece might also be opened up into a cylinder shape. It's just going to be a much wider squatter cylinder compared to that really tall, thin cylinder that we made last time. And once again, using this torch for targeted heating, we're just heating up the area that we want to alter. We don't want to heat up the entire piece overall, otherwise it would be moving around and we could lose control a little bit. So the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer, and they're kind of like the glass blowing team leader for that day. And in our hot shop, they frequently will switch off whoever is gaffing and is kind of leading the team. So today, Sarah's sitting down at the bench, and she is kind of leading the team in making these large cylinders. So to break this piece off, just like earlier, they applied a little bit of water and then tapped the pipe. And they're just torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain before putting this piece away in the annealer, which I described earlier is this large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we will not see this piece until tomorrow. And that is our second cylinder done. So let's give them a round of applause for completing that blown piece. Thank you. And like I mentioned, we will continue to work on these cylinders. So stick around for the beginning of the process where we apply our color. That'll be happening over on that left bench in just a moment. All right, so if anyone in here is new, I want to reintroduce real quick what we have going on today. So once again, on our hot shop floor, we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team members. So these guys work here pretty much full time, blowing glass in the museum. And today they are working on these very specific projects. We're making these cylinders or these blown forms out of these swirled patterns of glass. And they are currently working on that glass pattern and the glass color over on that left bench. You just saw them rolling the glass on the table. And this is to twist and swirl that glass around to get that design. And this process that they're about to do is called a color drop or color overlay, where they take all of this color that they just swirled together. They're going to drop it onto a small clear bubble that Gabe is sitting down with. And this will create a smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And this is usually done in the very beginning of our process. We usually apply the color in the very beginning like we are here. Then on top of this, we'll have to gather a couple more layers of clear to build up mass for the piece. And then finally, we'll be able to blow it out into that cylinder at the center bench. We usually start on the side benches and then move over to the center once we have all of the glass we need. And if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions about upcoming events, could be questions about the glass process itself, could be questions about the building we're inside of. Anything is fine. So as you can see, this clear glass bubble has cooled down quite a bit. It's lost a lot of its color, and it's being held directly upright for that color to be dropped on top of it. And having the clear glass be cold is going to be helpful so that they can just push this color back and completely cover up that clear bubble. And now that we have the color on there, they will start to push this back, roll it back over that clear. And this is mostly going to be done using the marver, which is that metal table in front of the furnace once again. So just to relay that information about the color, we are using a sort of ivory color, which is the white that you've been seeing with our cylinders. And then we have a sort of ambery color, which takes on a little bit of an orange appearance. And that amber color is coming in a transparent form with that opaque ivory color. So they're kind of swirling together to create spots of the opaque and spots of the transparent across our piece of glass. So right here, you can see that the color's been completely rolled back. It's completely covering that clear bubble now. And they are going to let this glass cool down quite a bit and then gather their next layer of glass, which will be a layer of clear. And this clear, of course, is just going to build up mass for the piece. So right now they are using the clear glass furnace. And they've done something called a strip gather. So whenever they let some of that glass drip off the end of the pipe, this is just getting rid of some of that clear, of course. It's called a strip gather, giving them closer to an exact amount of glass that they need. And right after getting clear glass, you'll see them go in with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to smooth and even out this fresh layer of clear, just making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And this pad that we're using is actually just some folded up newspaper that will soak or splash with water before using. This is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. And we'll continue to use those newspapers throughout our process, as well as some other wood-based tools. And they do need to gather one more layer of clear on top of what they already have, just to continue to build up mass. And while they are continuing to work on this bubble, I just want to mention a couple of events that are happening soon, including happening today. So today is actually Family Day. So from 1 to 4 p.m., we will have a keepsake box making event sort of happening, and this is free, so you are welcome to just go out into the Grand Hall and create some of these boxes. And then we also have a fusing workshop going on today. This is where you create a tile of fused glass with your own hands, and you get to pick it up at a later date or have it shipped out to you at a later date. And this is happening in our education studio. I think it's $40 for non-members, $36 for members of the Museum of Glass. And then most importantly, we have a week-long event coming up, and this is Goblet Week. So if you were to come in starting Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, January 17, you would see a different visiting artist every single day during that week coming in and making their own completely different versions of goblets, which are like these fancy little cups on these front pedestals here. These were made by our hot shop team here pretty recently over the past few days, even longer, kind of getting prepared for that Goblet Week. Some of these goblets that you see will be sold or, some of these will be sold or raffled off during a special event on January 20th in the evening. And this is specifically a wine tasting and a artist reception. So you'll be able to hear the artists talk about their work and kind of meet those artists that made these goblets. So this entire week that's coming up is going to be really special. And it looks like they have gathered that next layer of clear and now bringing this bubble over to the center bench. And once again, once we bring this over to the center bench, that means that we are going to start fully blowing this out and turning it into that cylinder. And once again, after gathering that clear, we sit down and use our block. And these are usually carved out of a fruit wood, such as cherry wood. So again, just kind of mentioning the different wooden-based tools that we use in our hot shop. And these are kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And once again, going in with that stack of newspapers. Using these newspapers, we could kind of guide which way that the bubble is going to blow out. So if we were to hold them on the very bottom of the bubble, this would actually force the bubble to blow out the sides instead of the bottom. So this would create a lot wider and squatter of a shape. If we were to hold it on the side, it would force it to blow out and away from the pipe, creating a longer, thinner shape. So I specifically want to mention that we've just created a jack line in this glass, the jack line being this divot that we have near the pipe. And this is where we will break the piece off the pipe later on. It's a really important step, just making sure that we have that breaking point. So once again, for anyone that's recently joined, because I think I see a few new faces here and there, At our center bench, we are working on our current project. We've made 2 of these so far. These are various blown forms, which are turning out to just be various shapes and sizes of cylinders. And the first one we made was a very tall and kind of thin shaped cylinder. The next one we made was very wide and squat. So we'll see how this one turns out. Could even be a completely different shape than the other 2. And it looks like we have completely changed the shape of this bubble already. We've heated it up and then held that bubble towards the ceiling, and that is going to create a lot wider and squatter of a shape for our bubble, just kind of letting that bubble fall back on itself. And of course, if we were to hang it down towards the floor, this would do the opposite, and that would stretch this glass out. So you'll frequently see them do that whenever we make something like a vase or a cup. You'll see them hang the glass towards the floor. So these guys that are down on the hot shop floor, they're specifically our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So they work here pretty much full time in the museum, blowing glass for various reasons, whether it be for the store, a commission, or just kind of entertaining the audience. And they all have over 20 years of glass blowing experience individually, and up to 30 years. So once again, the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This is just a pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. This one is going directly in the center of the bottom of our piece. This means that we have finished the lower half of our cylinder already. And to break this piece off of its original pipe, they apply some water and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And from here, they have access to an opening into the top of our cylinder, so they can start to open this up a little bit. So just then they heated up the opening of the piece, and they went in with a pair of tweezers, and they were pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece before trimming all of that excess glass off. And they always do this with pretty much any of their blown pieces, because breaking that piece off of its original pipe, that glass in that connecting area is a little bit thicker. The breakage is not always completely even, so this will even all of that glass out and get rid of that thickness at the same time, just leaving them with a perfect opening and straight, thin walls. And once again, we are opening this into a cylinder. Right now, it's still very closed off. So to start opening this up, they're first going to go in with a Soffietta. That's this cone-shaped tool here. The cone will block off the opening to the piece and allows them to blow a little bit more air into the piece and reinflate it, giving them a rounder shape. And this helps them open it up a little bit faster than if they were to just leave it sort of flat as it was before. Now, I want to remind everyone that if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. Any question is fine. And I also want to give a little reminder about the special event that we have coming up called Goblet Week. And this is starting January 17th, this coming Wednesday, once again. And each day during that upcoming week, we'll have a different visiting artist come in and make their own style of goblets. We'll finish off with our hot shop team making goblets as well. These people that you see on the floor here, our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They've already made quite a bit of the goblets that they make on their own. We have some examples on these front pedestals. And these goblets that you see, there's a possibility that some of them will be sold or raffled off on the 20th. There's a special event in the evening on the 20th, artist reception, wine tasting, little bites to eat. It'll be a pretty special event. And it looks like they've opened the cylinder up pretty much all the way already. And every now and then you'll see them torching the back end of a piece like they are right here. This large fluffy flame, once again, runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch heats up one section of glass at a time, so we can heat up a cold area of the glass, or we can heat up just one section that we want to work on. In this case, the back area of the glass, where the glass is connected to the pipe, can get kind of cold. It's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. We want to make sure nothing drops below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And you can tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off the pipe when you see somebody getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves. So Nick has these gloves on ready to pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And now to break this piece off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water to the end of our pipe here, causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in that area of the glass. And then to break it off fully, we tap the pipe and it should go right into these Kevlar gloves. We're going to torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain. And then finally, this piece will go inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we will not see this piece until tomorrow once it's cooled down. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that cylinder. Thank you. And we should get started on our next project pretty soon. We will probably start over on that left bench again. Then once we have all the glass we need, we move over to the center bench. Once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just let me know. And don't forget that we have a fusing workshop going on today in the education studio. Once again, you could create a little glass fusing plate of your own. It's a square shape, and you will eventually be able to take it home with you. So the cone is actually specifically built kind of based off of these old wood burners we used to have along the waterway here. And those were called beehive or wigwam burners. And they used them to burn leftover wood scraps. So this area was used for a lot of logging. They didn't use them very much anymore because we use up every single little bit of wood now. And so they eventually took them down, of course. But this cone is just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for. And of course, it's very tall and very shiny, just to kind of be flashy. And it's tilted on its side to give us a little bit more floor space. Has a fan at the top to pull the hot air out, so it does have a couple of functional bits to it, but it is a lot for looks as well. Yeah, so up on the screen you could see, or over on that left bench as well, you could see them going through the color overlay process. And this process today is a little bit different than what you would usually see. Today we're combining two pieces of these color bar together to get that swirled color that you saw with our last piece. And the whitish color is supposed to be a sort of ivory, and then the transparent color, you can't really see through it right now, but it's supposed to be a sort of orange amber color. And once again, color bar is coming from, well, we get it shipped in, but it's different metals and minerals mixed into the glass itself to get those colors. So just to give an example, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of cobalt blue glass. So we literally can mix cobalt metal into glass to get that rich blue color. And we don't mix the color ourselves in this hot shop. We get it shipped in that bar form that you saw at the very beginning. And then we simply use them by heating them up and then dropping it onto a small clear bubble, which you should see pretty soon here. And once again, we'll usually start our projects and our bubbles on the side benches and then bring it over to the center bench to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. And so far today, we have been continuously making these cylinders of a variety of shapes and sizes. Now, something interesting about combining two colors together, which you could see right here, is that the colors actually have slightly different viscosities. They melt and move just a little bit differently from each other. So as this glass is being twisted, you could see the ivory is sort of almost pushing up as the transparent color is kind of dipping down. And this is because they are moving differently. And we have to make sure that we continue to monitor how they're moving as we blow out our piece to make sure that it's not blowing out too much in one area versus another. So that's something that's tricky when you're working with multiple colors in this way. And just now gave us started that small clear bubble. This is as big as that little bubble is going to get before they drop the color on top of it. And once again, this process is called a color drop or color overlay. Usually gives us a really smooth, even layer of color, with today's color being a swirled pattern, which is why I wouldn't exactly describe it as smooth today. And I want to remind everyone, just in case there's anyone new in here, that if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. So after heating this color up to a molten temperature, this is literally dropped on top of that small clear bubble and then stamped down into a little bit of a disc shape. And once again, this color is going to be rolled back to completely cover up that clear bubble. And to roll this color back, we're continuing to use the marver, that metal table in front of the furnace. We were also using the marver earlier to twist the color in the first place. So now you can see that color has been pretty much completely rolled back to cover up that clear bubble and is now a pretty smooth and flush shape. And we do have to gather 2 more layers of clear over top of this color just to kind of build up mass for the piece overall. And it's also important that the color isn't on the surface of the glass, which you will see color on the surface of some glass pieces, but for the most part they try to keep it under layers of clear. And this is because if you're working with a piece of glass, sometimes you will get little chips or dents, and that could break away that layer of color if it is on the surface. So if it's underneath, you're just chipping away a little piece of clear and you won't really notice a difference. Now, before gathering our next layer of clear, we need to let our current glass cool down quite a bit. And this applies to no matter what layer of glass we already have, whether it's color, whether it's clear. We need to let this cool down before gathering that next layer. And this is our clear glass furnace once again. This can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very consistent 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at this temperature, the glass is viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So if we were to stop turning the pipe, the glass could physically drip off of the end of our pipe, just as you saw there. And whenever they purposefully drip some of that glass off, this is called a strip gather. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear, getting us closer to an exact amount of glass that we need. And frequently after gathering clear glass, you'll see them use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool usually carved out of a fruit wood such as cherry wood. And this should smooth and even all of that fresh clear out, leaving them with a pretty symmetrical and round bubble. And next we go in with this pad, which is actually just some folded up newspaper that they'll usually soak or splash with water before using. And this is as close as you'll see them get to using their hands to shape the glasses by this stack of newspapers. And they do have to gather, once again, 1 more layer of clear over top of what they already have. So they are going to let this cool down quite a bit. And once again, we had a strip gather, just a partial layer of clear. And any of that glass that's going into that bucket by the furnace is specifically clear only. And so with that clear, we can basically just crush it up again and throw it into the furnace to melt down, basically just reusing that glass. And once we have all of the glass we need, we move over to the center bench where we start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. Once again, which is going to be a cylinder shape for this piece. And once again, going in with this stack of newspapers, they're able to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out. And they'll use this torch throughout the process here and there, but this runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch, as you can see, they can use to heat up one specific area of glass. So they can build up a lot of extra heat, or they can heat up one area that's a little bit too cold. And in this case, they're heating up kind of near where the glass meets the pipe, and this is in preparation for the jack line. So Sarah's going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and carving a line or a divot in the glass. And this divot is where they're going to break this piece off of the pipe later on. And you may have already noticed, but as this glass is hot and they're continuing to work with it, the glass itself is glowing this bright orange. And I like to compare it to lava. It's just radiating light and heat from how hot the glass itself is. But as it is blown out thinner and it cools down, we'll be able to see more and more of the true color of this glass. And hanging the glass down at an angle like this is basically just using gravity as another one of our tools and stretching this glass out into a longer, thinner bubble. So it looks like with this cylinder, we are going to have a little bit of a longer and thinner shape. And next, we're actually going to be rolling this bubble on a large wooden board. This also has stacks of newspaper on it that have been soaked with water, just to protect that wood a little bit more. And this is going to apply even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time, creating perfectly straight, even walls. At the same time, every now and then they will be flattening the bottom of this cylinder out using a wooden paddle on the opposite side. And all of this combined should create a pretty nice geometric shape for us with these nice 90-degree angles at the bottom of our piece. And to further flatten the bottom of the cylinder, they are going in yet again with that wooden paddle and also keeping the jacks on the side of the cylinder, the jacks being these two metal blades. And this has pushed that glass into a 90-degree corner on the bottom of our piece. And the bottom half of our piece should be done as soon as they are happy with the flattening of the bottom of our piece. And for our cylinder this time, I know I mentioned the colors in the very beginning because we were following a pattern for a few of the cylinders, but this cylinder is actually a lot of blue tones instead of those orange tones like last time. So right now they're just working on keeping the entire piece of glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And as they're keeping this warm at the center bench, over on the left bench, Gabe has been preparing the punty. The punty is just a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end that we attach to the bottom of our piece. And this is going to give us access to the other side of the piece. So they've just attached the punty to the bottom of the cylinder here, right in the center. And once this is fully centered, they'll go ahead and break the piece off of its original pipe using a little bit of water. And after applying the water, all they have to do is tap the pipe. That breaks that piece cleanly off. And after breaking this piece off, the piece itself is still pretty cold while that connection is really warm and moving around still. So they'll go back and just make sure that the pipe is fully centered to the bottom before moving on. So they're not trying to open it up right now. And after breaking the piece off of the pipe, the connecting area of the glass is a little bit thicker and that break isn't always perfectly even. So next they'll go in and just start to heat up the opening of the piece and then take off a little bit of that excess glass around the opening. And for those who just joined in, as you can see, we're currently working on making a cylinder right now, and we've been working on these pretty much all day so far today, a variety of different shapes and sizes and now colors. This is our first blue one of the day. We've been working with a lot of ambers so far. And if you guys have any questions throughout the process, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer your question. And when they're heating this piece of glass up in the furnace, you can see that they only have that front area of the glass in the furnace. This is pretty much the only area that we need to alter. They don't really need to heat up the entire overall unless they want to make sure that the piece isn't getting too cold. They're going in with a pair of tweezers here, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And they will simply trim all of this excess glass off using a pair of shears. Once again, this is going to get rid of that excess glass, that thickness that used to remain, and any unevenness that was left there as well. And after heating this up one more time, they're able to start fully opening this up using that same pair of jacks, these two metal blades, going inside of the piece. And just to make sure that the glass isn't going out past what they want the walls to be, they will every now and then go on the outside of the piece with the pair of jacks or with that stack of newspapers as you just saw there. And now that this glass is cooled down to probably around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, you can really start to see the true color of this glass. If I didn't mention already, 1000 degrees Fahrenheit is actually kind of cold for glass. At this point, the glass is not moving around. It's solid. If you were to drop it, it would break and shatter like normal glass. And this is the temperature that they try to keep it at or above, just to prevent thermal shock or the cracking and breaking from the glass cooling down too quickly. And to further prevent thermal shock, when we break this piece off to put it away, this is specifically going to go into the large black box over on the left wall. And this is one of our annealers. The annealer will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off because you'll usually see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow Nick to physically pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe. And to break this off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. That breaks this piece cleanly off into these Kevlar gloves. They torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain. And then we put it away in our annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So once again, this is going to rest inside of the annealer at least overnight, so it does not break from thermal shock. We have a couple of events happening today that I want to share real quick. Today is Family Day, so from 1 to 4 p.m. we'll have some keepsake box making. We also have a fusing workshop going on today in the education studio, where you can make a small square of fused glass, and you can eventually take it home with you or have it shipped to you, I believe. And this fusing glass workshop, I think, is $40 for non-members, $36 for members, but the keepsake box making is free, I should mention. And we also have a really large event coming up this coming Wednesday, January 17th. And this is going to be Goblet Week. So during this week, we'll have a different visiting artist coming in every single day. They'll be making their own individual style of goblets, kind of like what you see on these front pedestals here. These were made by our Hot Shop team recently. And currently at this center bench, we'll be making something probably pretty similar to those, honestly. Fancy little cup. So once again, this large metal table here is called the Marver. And we do have these throughout the Hot Shop, but this large one at the center bench is our biggest. We roll the glass on the Marver to shape it, to also cool certain areas of the glass down. And when we cool an area of the glass down, it prevents the glass from blowing out very much in that area, so we can control the thickness in certain parts of the glass. And so this first bubble that we're creating is going to turn into the bowl of our glass, which is the drinking portion of a goblet. Yeah, so if I were to break this down, this would be the bowl up at the top here, of course. And then we have the stem and then the foot of our goblet. And the stem can also be broken down into individual little parts and names, depending on what kind of stem you're creating. So the center bench there is keeping this bubble warm as a second clear bubble is created. And this clear bubble that's being created is going to be dropped onto the bottom of this bubble that Sarah already has. And sometimes this bubble turns into a hollow stem. Sometimes this bubble turns into something called a blown foot. Most likely this will be turned into a blown foot right away. So we'll just have the bowl, our drinking portion, and then the foot right underneath. And to open this up, they go in with a pair of jacks, and they're going to create a divot in the glass, but they're not cinching all the way down. We want air to be able to pass through these two sections of that bubble, as you can see here. So when we break this smaller section of the bubble off, this is going to leave us with an opening into the larger section of the bubble that remains. And we can continue to just go in and open that up, flare it out into a foot. And to open this up and flare it out, they go in with that same pair of jacks. Just start to slowly open it up. And just to make sure that this foot is completely flat and evened out, they will usually sandwich it between the jacks and a wooden paddle just as they were then. And after that is finished, we'll have to attach a puntee to the center of the bottom of our foot, just like with that cylinder that we made. And this is going to allow us to break this piece off of its pipe that it's attached to right now and give us access to the other side of the piece. So they've just attached that puntee to the bottom. Then they'll go ahead and break this first pipe away. And now, as you can see, we have access to the top side of our cup, and we'll be able to open this up. While the connection is still hot between the pipe and the piece itself is still cold here, by the way. They just make sure that the pipe is fully centered to the bottom before they move on. And when they're heating this glass back up inside of the furnace, you can see they're not heating up the entire piece overall. They just have the very front of the piece inside of the furnace. And this is the only section that they're going to be altering right now. So once again, they're going to cut off any excess glass around the opening of the piece using a pair of shears. And after heating it briefly one more time, they're able to go in and start to open this up a little bit. And sometimes when they first open something up, they'll use a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece. And this is just to completely smooth and kind of round that lip out. So you saw it was just a little bit jagged after they cut all of that glass off. And it looks like we are finished with this fancy little cup. So to break it off, we apply a little bit of water to the end of our punty. And then we will tap the pipe. This is knocked off onto a heated fork and then carried over to the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for their final piece before lunch. And does anyone have any final questions before we go off for our 1 hour break? All right, if not, then we will see you in 1 hour, and we will be here until 5 p.m. after that. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So for anyone that was in here last time, we are going to continue that project that we've started today, which is making these large cylinders of glass. And something that's special about these cylinders is that we are kind of combining and swirling colors together. You guys will get to see that happening very soon up on the screen, or over on that left bench is where they'll get started. And we, of course, start with applying our color, which in this case, once again, we're going to have those swirls of color. And the coloring process this time is going to be a color drop or color overlay, which is basically just two different terms for the same thing. So they're going to heat this. Oh, okay. So I also want to point out real quick that if you have a hard time hearing me, because we are going to be using some pretty loud torches in here later on, that I have closed captioning up on the screen, so you can also read along with what I am saying. I know it can be kind of hard to hear me. But anyways, once again, we are getting started over on the left bench or up on the screen. We're going to be creating a color drop or color overlay. This is when we take molten color and we drop it directly onto a small clear bubble and then spread this over top of that bubble. So you guys will see that process very soon over there. And if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over to answer that question. And I'll just continue to follow along and explain what they're doing and why. And I also want to share a couple of special events real quick while they're still getting started. So we have two events happening today. We have Family Day, 1 to 4 p.m., which is making these small keepsake boxes out in the Grand Hall, which I'm sure some of you guys saw before you came in here. And then we also have a fusing workshop going on in the education studio. And this is where you can make a small tile of glass. You can eventually take it home with you at a later date, or you can have it sent to you, I believe, shipped to you. And the fusing workshop costs $40 a person, $36 if you're a member. The keepsake box is actually a free event, family day event. And then, of course, something very important coming up is our Goblet Week, which I'm sure some of you guys saw. We have a pamphlet in these little museum handouts that you have. And during this Goblet Week, we are going to have a different visiting artist every single day in the hot shop, and they'll be making their own style and kinds of goblets during that day. And then one of the final days will be our Museum of Glass hot shop team, the people working here right now, and they'll be making their own goblets, which they have actually already started. So on these front pedestals, we have many examples of the kinds of goblets that they like to make in here. And some of these goblets will be sold, or let me find the word for this. It's not an auction, raffled off. Okay, so some of them will be sold, some of them will be raffled. It's a pretty special event. This will be happening on the 20th during a wine tasting and artist reception. And if anyone's interested in any of those things that I just mentioned, I highly recommend asking the front desk for exact specifics if you would like to sign up for anything. And now to start us off with just a little bit of a hot shop overview. So I'm sure some of you guys haven't been in a hot shop in general before. So I want to point out our clear glass furnaces are these large tanks with the closed doors. And these hold all of our clear molten glass. They hold up to 1,000 pounds of that glass, and they stay at a very consistent 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at this temperature, the glass has a texture a lot like honey. It's very viscous, it's very sticky. You'll see us gather multiple times from these clear glass furnaces. And those furnaces run 24/7. Our open face furnaces, these are for reheating only. So anytime we're going inside of these furnaces, we're just trying to make the glass malleable again, or make sure that it's staying warm enough that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And those furnaces run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little bit warmer. So while Nick is heating up that color, Gabe is creating that small clear bubble that the color will be dropped on top of. So all of our furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And we actually do have some torches that run off of propane and oxygen. Those will come into play a little bit later. Now, something special that I want to mention about this color. So once again, we are using color bar. And if I haven't shown off an example, it's just a solid piece of colored glass through and through. And we have taken two pieces of different colors of color bar and we're swirling them together now using the marver, which is that metal table in front of the furnace. And the colors in glass, if anyone was curious, it's coming from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass itself. So I'm sure some of you have heard of maybe cobalt blue glass. That's literally cobalt metal mixed into the glass to get that rich blue color. And then one of our most expensive colored glasses that you'll see in the hot shop is a cranberry pink or cranberry red. This pinkish, reddish, purplish color is coming from gold chloride, which is why it's so expensive. It's coming from gold. And after heating that color up completely, this is dropped onto that small clear bubble. And this will be pressed down and eventually rolled back to completely cover up that clear bubble. And it looks like the colors for this piece are supposed to be a little bit more of a blue tone. It's kind of hard to tell right now, but that white color is like an ivory. And then the other color that we've swirled with it is a really rich, transparent color, most likely a blue. And when we use most of our transparent colors, it starts off so rich that you can't see through it, which is why it's a little bit hard for me to determine it. But as soon as they start blowing this piece out a little bit more and that glass is getting thinner, we'll be able to see that true color a little bit better. And at the center bench here, Nick is going to start sculpting a horse. And we have a few of these in the hot shop. They're a little bit hard to see over on top of that furnace in the back with the closed door. We have some. So Nick will frequently create these horses with leftover bits of color just to kind of play around, practice, and also use up that expensive color. Now, something interesting is you usually won't see these being sold. I've been told by the glassblowers that they're considered bad luck to sell them. But oftentimes, if you do see somebody with a horse, that means that they were gifted the horse by a glassblower. And because they don't sell these, oftentimes they will not go through the proper process of cooling down, which is the annealing process to slowly cool that glass down. Instead, it's usually just left to cool down at room temperature. So once again, for any newcomers, I just wanted to kind of give a little recap here. So over on that left bench, we've continued to roll back that color. We've completely covered up our clear bubble with that color. And then we've gathered one more layer of clear over top. And we do have to gather one more layer of clear on top of everything that we have now so far as well. So they're going to do that now. And this is going to turn once again into a large cylinder. And we've been making a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors of these cylinders all day today, but the thing tying them all together is this swirled color pattern across the cylinder, and just having a cylinder shape in general. Now, whenever they let some of that glass drop off the pipe, like you saw there, this is called a strip gather. It's just giving them a partial layer of that clear glass. It gives them more control over the amount of glass that they have for building up the mass. And once we have all the glass we need, we move over to the center bench where we start to fully blow this out and turn it into that cylinder. And this is a relatively quick process. And right here, this wooden spoon shape tool, this is a block. We did use one earlier over on the left bench as well. These are usually carved out of a fruit wood such as cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. Smoothing and evening all of that clear glass out. It will help the bubble blow out evenly from inside. And this is the first torch that we are going to be using today. Actually, probably the only torch that we'll be using. This one runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this torch is why closed captioning is helpful, because it is pretty loud. But this torch we can use to heat up one section of glass at a time rather than heating up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace. So we can kind of build up extra heat in one area or heat up just one little cold area. And next is a very important step. These two metal blades here are a pair of jacks, and we are using them to create the jack line in the glass. So this divot that they're forming near the pipe is actually where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And this pad that we're using here, this is simply some folded up newspaper, and we'll usually soak it or splash it with water before using. And this is as close as you'll see our glass blowers get to using their hands to shape the glass. And you'll also notice I want to point out that they're using these wooden paddles throughout the process. You might be wondering why they're kind of just hovering around with them. And this is called shielding. They're protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating from the glass itself. And that's why the glass is orange, by the way, is because it's radiating light and heat at the same time, kind of like lava. And as you can see, we could use gravity as another one of our tools to shape the glass. So right there, we heated the glass up and then held the bubble up towards the ceiling just a little bit. And this is enough to start to slump that bubble down. So now we have a pretty wide and squat shape for this bubble. And this means that we are definitely going to have a shorter, wider cylinder in this case. So Dale Chihuly, name might sound familiar. He's a very famous glass artist, and he actually grew up here in Tacoma. And so when he learned how to blow glass, he actually brought a lot of it to this area. He helped create this museum here. He helped create a program out here called Hilltop Artists, which you could see some of us wearing Hilltop Artist shirts. That program specifically, just to mention real quick, is a program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And there's a couple of public schools out here that have hot shops in them that they could blow glass in. And it looks like they are now ready to flatten the bottom of this cylinder out. So now it's going to go from a bubble to a almost half cylinder shape. We're flattening the bottom using a wooden paddle and also remaining on the side of the piece with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades once again. And this is going to push that glass hopefully into a pretty nice 90-degree corner on the bottom. So as you can see, we now have a flattened bottom for our cylinder. And to be able to work on the other side of the cylinder, the part that's attached to the pipe, we next need to attach a second pipe to the bottom of our cylinder and then break this piece away from the pipe that it's currently attached to. So at the center bench, they are just letting the bottom half of this piece cool down quite a bit since it was just glowing red hot. And then while they are letting this cool down and kind of stabilize and heat, over on the left bench, I believe Gabe is making the punty, which is the second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And actually, just to point out, this glass at the center bench, it's not moving around very much, and it's kind of cold in terms of glass, but it's still at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or a little bit hotter. So it's definitely something you still wouldn't want to touch. And we can't let it drop below that temperature, otherwise we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So they've just attached the punty, and to break this piece away, all they had to do is apply a little bit of water to the jack line, and then tapped the pipe, and that broke that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to the top side of our cylinder, as well as an opening into that top. So we could start to open this up and give it these straight walls. So the reason they broke it off of the previous pipe was to get access to the other side of the piece. So we'll usually start with the lower half of our piece, and then we'll start working on the upper half of our piece, especially if we are blowing the piece. When it's sculpting, you could kind of start from any angle you want. And now that this glass has been blown out quite a bit and it's cooled down to around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, you can really see the color of this glass. Once again, that ivory white and then the transparent blue color. And right now they are heating this glass up, but just the front of it that they want to edit. So right there, they heated up the front end of the piece, and they took a pair of tweezers and they were pinching and pulling the opening out. And they're actually going to trim off that excess glass that they just pinched out. So any of that glass that they just pulled is going to be cut off. And this is because when they break a piece off from its original pipe, this connecting area of glass is usually a little bit thicker. And that break isn't always perfectly even. So this will get rid of that unevenness, and it will get rid of that extra thick glass. And to trim this excess glass off is just being cut with a pair of shears, which you can imagine are like glass scissors. And now that we've cut that piece of glass off, we should be able to start heating this up and fully opening it up. And this next tool we're going in with, this is the Sophietta. The cone blocks off the opening to our piece, and it allows us to blow a little bit more air into the piece. So this has given us a much rounder and kind of wider shape overall. Just makes the piece a little bit easier to open up. So the reason a piece might open up super quickly is because when we're going into the furnace, of course, the glass is becoming more malleable again. It's moving around quite a bit. And as you'll notice, we are constantly keeping the pipe turning. And so this is creating something called centrifugal force, that outward pulling force from the spinning. And so when they heat this up, they're able to just spin the pipe a little bit faster, and that will open it up to its full size very quickly. And that's also how we make plates, is we will flare the glass open, or if we were to make a wavy bowl, we flare it open and hang it down while it's still hot, and then it folds in on itself, creates all those waves. So those are a few different instances where we would use centrifugal force very purposefully to create a piece. And so this piece is finished. To break it off, all we do is we apply a little bit of water, just like earlier, to the end of the punty, and then tap the pipe, and that should be broken off cleanly into these Kevlar gloves. And the gloves are going to hold this upside down as they torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain. And then finally, this piece is going to be put away inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that cylinder. Thank you. So once again, it's going into the 950 degree Fahrenheit annealer. It's going to rest in there until we're ready to cool everything down. Then we just press a button and it very slowly cools down so it doesn't break. And we will hop right into that next one pretty soon here. So if you wanted to see us apply the color in the very beginning of our process, that'll be happening over on the left bench. Once again, we start our projects on the side benches, then move to the center bench to fully blow them out and turn them into their final form. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer those questions. So for anyone that's recently joined, we are going to continue to work on these cylinders that we started earlier today. And when we're making these cylinders, we're making a variety of different shapes, sizes, and colors so far. So far we've worked with 2 different colors. And the thing that ties all of these together is the swirling pattern of color across the piece. And the way that we're getting that is by what Nick is doing right now up on the screen or over on that left bench. He's taken 2 pieces of color bar, which once again is this solid colored glass. And this is just rolled into a bar form, and then we get it shipped into the museum. Just different metals and minerals mixed into the glass to get that color. And so he's taken 2 pieces of this. One is ivory and one is a rich transparent color. And we've been working with a couple of different transparent colors today. We started off with a sort of orangey amber color, and then the most recent color we've been working with is this rich blue color. So this could be something different, or it could be a continuation of that blue. We'll just have to find out as soon as they start blowing this out. And right now, Nick is actually twisting this color by allowing the tip of the glass to rest on that metal table in front of the furnace and then continuing to turn. And because it's applying kind of an uneven pressure, it's kind of forcing that glass to twist. And you could see that happening as soon as he continues to roll the glass. So right here, this is him twisting the glass. Then this is him just flattening the glass back out. And this process of applying the color to our glass bubble in general is called a color overlay or a color drop. And so we will create one small clear bubble, and this color that we've been working with will be heated up and then dropped on top of that clear bubble. And this will all be happening over on that left bench, but we also can see it up on the screen. And for anyone that's recently joined, I wanted to talk about a couple of events that we have going on once again. Just kind of trying to point this out. We have a really special week coming up. So starting this Wednesday, January 17, we have Goblet Week. And each day during this week, we'll have a different visiting artist coming in and making their own style of goblets, which once again are like these fancy little glasses on these front pedestals here. And these ones were made by our hot shop team that's down here right now. They were working on these for days in a row. They were continuing to work on these at least on Thursday. Not quite sure if they were working on them yesterday, but they've been making these for the Goblet Week that's coming up. And some of them will even be raffled or sold during a special event. That's a wine tasting and artist reception on January 20th. So as you can see, we've just finished creating that clear bubble, and this is held upright as they drop that color on top of it. And after cutting this color off, this will be stamped down and turned into our color overlay. So this is just going to be slowly rolled back to completely cover up that clear. And it looks like with that little bit of extra color, Nick is going to be sculpting another one of those horses. So if any of you saw that last time, that'll be happening over at the center bench again. And I want to reiterate that all of the Hot Shop team members that you see down on our floor, they've all been working with glass for over 20 years individually and up to 30 years. They're all in between 20 and 30 years of glass blowing experience. And Nick has made many, many of these horses, which is why he makes it look so fast and easy. Well, something else to note about these horses that we create is a lot of them, if not all of them, uh, just kind of get left out to cool down on their own like this. And this is pretty bad for a piece of glass. That means that there's stress that's kind of built up inside of it. It's gone through thermal shock. And so at some point, these pieces of glass are very likely to break, even if they just sit out here on their own. Like later on, they could explode or just crack and fall apart. And that's especially why we don't want to sell these or give them out, really. They have to go through a very special process called annealing, where they cool down very, very slowly, at least overnight. And that's where we put all of our finished pieces in, is these large black boxes to do just that. They'll cool down very slowly in there. So it looks like once again for this piece over on the left bench, we are going to have a blue theme based off of the pieces of glass that they've cut off from it already. And so this lighter color, rather than it being an ivory white, is more of a really pale sky blue. And then the transparent color, of course, is going to continue to remain that really rich, vibrant, dark blue. And it looks like they have gathered one layer of clear over top of that color already. And each time that they're gathering a layer of clear, they have to make sure that it's smoothed and evened out, which they use the block to do that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And then they also continue to blow into the pipe and expand that bubble a little bit by little bit each time they gather a layer of glass. I love that question. So inside of these buckets, we specifically only put clear glass because our furnaces are also only clear glass. So any glass that goes into those buckets is later on crushed up and just thrown back into the furnace to melt down again. So yes, we basically just completely reuse that clear glass. And we can reuse pretty much any clear glass. Sometimes we don't reuse the scraps on the floor just because they've fallen and they might have picked up particles by then. But we do get to reuse a lot of our glass. So the torch at the center bench, I like to call a large fluffy flame because it comes out and it's pretty fluffy and soft on the glass. And this runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, same temperature as the furnaces, but these torches allow us to heat up one section of glass at a time. And you'll notice that with these torches, we usually just keep them constantly lit like we are right here. And this is so that we can reach back and grab it at any time if we need to use it to heat something up. So we will be using it pretty soon here to heat up the area of the glass kind of near the pipe. So I just briefly missed that, but they heated the bubble up inside of the furnace, and then they actually held the bubble up towards the ceiling. And this is them basically using gravity as another one of their tools. So this has created a squatter wider bubble for this piece. And that means that we are going to have a squatter wider cylinder for this piece as well. So you could kind of predict the shape of the piece just by watching how they're shaping the bubble in the earlier processes like this. And it looks like I also missed the jack line, so that divot that we have near the pipe is where we're going to break this piece off the pipe in a little bit from here. And this is always a really important step in the process because this is the only way that we can get access to the other side of the piece. And I want to remind everyone, just in case there's anyone new in here, that if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And something I forgot to mention in the very beginning of the process, you notice that we had two different colors and they were swirled together. Well, different colors of glass will actually move and melt differently from each other, and so this piece kind of wants to blow out in an uneven direction. It wants to blow out in one color more than the other, and so this is actually taking a lot of control from the glass blowers to make sure that it's blowing out evenly. Just thought I'd mention that this piece is a little bit more complex than you might think. And they've just flattened the bottom of this cylinder out using a wooden paddle. So we now have a nice 90-degree corner on the bottom of this piece. And our next step is going to be attaching a punty to the bottom of our piece, which is a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And Gabe is preparing that over on the left bench. And right now, as you can see, they are trying to cool down the bottom of this cylinder quite a bit. This is just a nozzle blowing compressed air. And while cooling the bottom down, they have to make sure that the entire piece of glass is staying warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So if you're wondering why they were cooling it down and then heating it up, they are heating up the cold area of the glass while cooling down the hot area of the glass to try and balance it out a little bit. And it looks like we've just attached the punty, which once again is the second pipe with a little clear attachment here. And we can now break this first pipe away using some water and then tapping the pipe. So now we have access to the other side of our cylinder. And this is going to be the top of our cylinder where we open it up. And this is where all of the trimmings and kind of excess glass come from, is they will eventually trim off the opening of this piece. This is usually just to get rid of a little bit of thick glass that remains around the opening and to even the opening completely out. Sometimes that break isn't always even. So just as I briefly mentioned earlier, that was when they trim off the excess glass. So I know it was probably a little bit hard to see with the camera angles, but they basically just heated up the front of the piece, used a pair of tweezers to pinch the opening away from the rest of the piece, and then they used a pair of shears, which are like glass scissors, to cut all of that glass off that they pulled out. So now you can see the opening is a little bit bigger, and the opening should be a little bit thinner and more even as well now. And next they go in with the Sophietta, this cone-shaped tool here. The cone will block off the opening to the piece and it allows them to blow a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So now we have a much rounder and wider shape. Just as you saw, this has expanded the glass a little bit. It'll make it easier to open up into those straight walls. So they heated that glass up inside of the furnace, and as you could see, there was a sort of rippling around the lip of the piece. And this is just because it was getting so hot that it was starting to kind of fold and collapse a little bit. And at this point, because it was that hot, they are able to flare it open very quickly from there. Just by spinning the pipe, that would flare it open from centrifugal force, that outward pulling force from the spinning. And this is how they open up these pieces really quickly into that shape. And by the way, this centrifugal force, the flaring of the glass outward, is something that they use to create plates to get that really flat and wide shape. It's something that they also do for wavy bowls. They'll flare it out and then quickly hang it down while it's still hot, and the glass will fall down onto itself and create all of these waves. And it looks like this cylinder has been opened up pretty much as far as they want it to be opened. We have these nice straight walls. And every now and then you'll see them torching the back end of a piece, and this applies to many different blown pieces. Whenever they're torching the connection to the pipe here, this is because this is the last thing going into the furnace, the first thing coming out, meaning it's naturally the coldest part of the piece. We want to make sure all of our glass is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, otherwise we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So whenever we're getting ready to break a piece off the pipe, you'll see somebody get suited up with these special Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow the artist to pick up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe to be put away. And once again, to break this off just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe, and that should break this off cleanly. And this is held in those Kevlar gloves, allowing them to torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain. And then to put this piece away, this is going in the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. Thank you for your applause. So once again, thermal shock happens when we heat up or cool down a piece of glass too quickly, so we have to treat glass a little bit gently in that way, heating it up slowly, cooling it down slowly. So inside of the annealer is kept at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit pretty consistently. And then when we put it in there, it's kept at that temperature until it's completely loaded up or we're done with it for the day. And then we press a button that cools everything down very slowly. But it's important that it's held at that warm temperature to start out with and then very slowly cools down. So I should point out specifically that Nick has gathered a little bit of clear, and he has just stuck it inside of this box on the wall, which has been preheating pieces of color bar. So that's the color bar there. So those will be the colors of the next piece that we're making. It looks like maybe a little bit of a purple or pink theme this time. So we are changing it up a little bit. And these colors will be heated up and then swirled together to get that same swirling pattern that you saw with our last piece. So for anyone that's recently joined, we are going to get started on our next cylinder here over on that left bench. So once again, we are creating a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors of these cylinders today. They're all turning out around the same volume, as you can imagine. One might be taller and thinner, and then the other one might be wider and shorter, but they should hold around the same amount of liquid. And it looks like this one might be a sort of purple or pink theme for this cylinder. And this is starting over on that left bench. So Nick has just heated up the color. And first he has to try to get a little bit of a round shape. So he's pressing the color on the marver, this metal table in front of the furnace. And since we have quite a bit of youth in our audience, I just want to share something real quick with you all. So we have something called Kids Design Glass, where kids 12 and under can draw any design they desire and submit it to the museum. And they have the chance that it'll be drawn and turned into glass. And that is frequently what you'll see kind of posted up on these boards here. So over on that left bench, we have one of those posted up over there, our last design that we were working on. And whenever a child's art gets chosen, it is a completely free process. I want to point that out. The submission of the drawing is free. The creating of the glass art is free. You get to take one home with you, and then one stays in the museum to be put on display. And so I definitely recommend looking into that if anyone is interested in submitting some art. And for those of you who are 12 and older, in Tacoma, we have a local program called Hilltop Artists that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass themselves. And that is also free. So I highly recommend that program as well. It's actually something that I personally went through. They have after school clubs, they have during day electives, they have all sorts of opportunities. So now up on the screen or over on that left bench, you can see that a small clear bubble has been created. Gabe is sitting down with it currently. And the color that has been swirled and designed is now being dropped on top of that small clear bubble. And this process is called a color drop or color overlay. This will give us a smooth, even layer of color across our piece. In this case, it's a little bit hard to call it smooth since it is going to be a swirling pattern. And once again, for anyone new that's recently joined, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And it looks like with the leftover color at the center bench, Nick is sculpting a horse. I heard someone was interested in some glass animals, so over at the center bench, that is happening now. And this is a pretty quick process. Nick is able to make these pretty quickly within just a minute or two. And up on the screen, we now have a good view of that horse. And once again, this is just using up those leftover bits of color that we just applied to our bubble. So whenever we finish and want to save a piece of glass, it has to go into this large black box over on the far wall. This is called the annealer, and it will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And this process is really important. If we were to just leave a piece of glass out, especially if it was relatively thick glass, such as that horse, it would eventually crack or even explode at some point from that thermal shock. So most of our tools and equipment and even these large tables here and everything, these are all made of steel or stainless steel. And surprisingly, I've been told that steel is actually a pretty poor conductor of heat. So the heat doesn't travel very far towards your hands. It just kind of remains in the area that you've directly stuck into the furnace. So the center bench, we are now going to start blowing this bubble out and turning it into another cylinder. Once again, once we've moved over to the center bench, that means we have all of the glass we need for our project, and we can start to blow it out just like we are right now. And I wanted to share about an upcoming event because we have all of these lovely goblets on display here on these front pedestals for you all to see, and I just wanted to share about what these are going to be used for. So we have Goblet Week coming up. Starting Wednesday, there's going to be a special visiting artist coming in every single day, and they're going to be making their own kinds of goblets each of those days. And some of those goblets and these goblets that you see right now are eventually going to be sold and raffled off in a special artist reception and wine tasting happening on January 20th. And so this is a pretty special event. It's something that I have never seen personally, and I definitely recommend it. I think it's $50 for a ticket if you are not a member of the museum to be a part of this special event, and then $35 for members of the museum. And I want to point out that we've just created the jack line, so this divot that we have near the pipe is where we will break the piece off of the pipe later on. And throughout the process, we will be using these wooden paddles for multiple reasons. Just a moment ago, we were using them to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating from the glass, which is why they were kind of just hovering around with those paddles. They're just protecting the artists from that heat. So specifically, when we heated that glass up and then brought it out, we hung it down and swung it around. And that swinging is adding on top of just hanging it down. We're stretching that glass out and creating a longer, thinner shape for our cylinder. And specifically this swinging, sometimes they'll even go as far as completely spinning the pipe. And that's creating something called centrifugal force, that outward pulling force from the spinning. And so it just elongates it faster than if we were to just let it hang down on its own. And if I haven't mentioned this torch to you guys already, this is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, around the same temperature as the furnaces. And they will heat up one section of glass at a time rather than the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So using that torch, we can focus heat to one area if one area is getting a little bit cold, or if we just want to work on a small area at a time. Now, for those who just joined in, I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that we were working on some blown forms today that are turning out to be a variety of different shapes and sizes of cylinders. And this one is going to be a little bit of a taller and thinner cylinder compared to some others that we've made today, which were pretty short and wide. I had someone describe them as if it was the shape of a pot, like a cooking pot. So we have a large variety of these cylinders today, and this one is a sort of purplish pinkish theme to it. And I'm not entirely certain of the final colors, but once this is cooled down a little bit, we'll be able to see much more of that true color of the glass. And next it looks like we're going to use this large wooden board. This also has stacks of newspaper laid across it to just kind of protect that wood a little bit better. And this is going to apply even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time, and this should give us perfectly straight walls for our cylinder. So whenever we're working on cylinders in the hot shop, you'll usually see them using this wooden board, no matter how big the cylinder. So we have 3 benches in the hot shop, and sometimes we only use one of them. Sometimes we have to use all 3. And it just kind of depends on the complexity of the project. So if we're putting together multiple components, or if we're working on a project that has like 5 different complex steps to it, then sometimes we'll get started on one bench, work on a current project at one bench, and then work on extra parts on another bench. And sometimes we'll just have many, many people down here in general as well. Something that I haven't gotten to mention yet today is Third Thursday. So every third Thursday of every month, we have free admission from 5 to 8 p.m. And that is coming up this coming Thursday, I believe. And so during this time, we have Hilltop artists down on the floor, some middle school and high schoolers, and they take up every single bench because there are quite a bit of them. So the 2 metal blades there, those are the jacks. And we were holding them on the side of the piece at the same time as pressing a paddle to the bottom. And this was kind of forcing that glass into a nice crisp 90-degree corner on the bottom. If we were just to press on the bottom without having that tool on the side, then the glass would try to kind of move out to the side of the piece again, because glass is fluid in this state. It wants to move around like a fluid. So we have to kind of force it into a geometrical shape. So this glass has cooled down to around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, and at this point we should see the true color of the glass. So it's looking like the final color of this glass may be a sort of transparent magenta with a light pink opaque color going through it. And we've just brought a second pipe over with a clear attachment on the end. This is called the punty, and this is basically just going to give us access to the other side of the piece. When we attach it to the center of the bottom of the piece here, this is going to allow us to break this piece away from its original pipe. And to break this piece away, all we do is we apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which you may remember is that divot near the pipe, and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have basically flipped the orientation of the piece, and we also have access into the piece through the opening that is left behind. And I just had a question about the glass mixture itself that we use. And the glass that we use in the hot shop is specifically a soda lime glass, which means that we're mixing soda ash and limestone into the glass to lower the melting point of it a little bit. So this glass is actually physically softer and has a lower melting point than some other kinds of glass. And if we were to mix glasses together, we could have a reaction between those glasses. It could cause simple cracking, or it could actually explode away from each other. And I have actually personally witnessed that. So this is why we do not use recycled bottles or mix kinds of glass together. We have a very specific mixture that we put into the furnace every time. And so it looks like we've just finished the cylinder off. Once again, we have to make sure that we're torching the bottom to get rid of those leftover sharp ends. And we've also stamped the bottom or just kind of pressed it to make sure it's smooth before putting it in the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock, which I'm sure some of you remember that little spiel from when they put the horse away earlier. But yeah, so we will not see that piece until tomorrow once it's cooled down quite a bit, but that should cool it down very safely and prevent that thermal shock. So once again, we will get started over on that left bench most likely. And now is definitely a very good time for questions. If anyone has any questions about the glass process or any questions about the building, pretty much anything is fine. So in this hot shop, we have visiting artists that come in every now and then, and I've seen some visiting artists use wooden molds or even plaster molds to blow glass into them, but they actually still blow the bubble into the mold, and the mold opens up as if it's a door. They like quickly put the bubble in, close the door, and then blow until it's imprinted itself completely into the mold. And they have done this for faces, as an example, just to get like a really defined face without having to sculpt it by hand. They've also done this for tumblers, like for drinks, I think. And it's just making the process a little bit quicker and easier. We also use molds for patterns in the hot shop. So that's what all of the little upside down cones are for. I guess I'll point them out real quick. Like this giant one over here, for example, it has a bunch of ridges on the inside of it, so it'll give us a texture on the outside of the glass. And it looks like last time we are going with that sort of pink theme again. So we have one transparent color and then that opaque pink color on the end of our pipe. They're going to heat this up and then swirl these colors together to get that same swirling pattern that we had last time. So just to use up those leftover bits of color at the center bench, Nick is working on sculpting a small horse. And this is a pretty quick process. And up on the screen, we now have a little view of that horse that he's working on. So just in case any newcomers didn't know, over on that left bench, we're getting started on our next project. We're continuing to work on these cylinders that we've been working on throughout the day. And this one is specifically going to be a pink themed cylinder. It's going to have a sort of magenta transparent color throughout it, as well as a light pink opaque color. And usually after gathering layers of clear, you'll see them go in with a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, and this will smooth and even all of that fresh clear glass out. It's going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. We do already have a bubble inside of this glass right now. It's just really hard to see through the glass since we have that color on it. And next, this pad that we're going in with is actually just some folded up newspaper that will soak or splash with water before using. And this is as close as you'll see the glass blowers get to using their hands to shape the glass. So right now we're gathering our next layer of clear, and I believe this is the last layer of clear we need for this piece. That bucket that we just dumped a little bit of glass into, this is actually specifically for only clear glass. So any glass that's in this bucket can eventually be broken up before being thrown back into the furnace to melt down again, basically just reusing that glass. And once we have all the glass we need for our project, this is move over to the center bench where we can start to fully blow this out and turn it into our cylinder, since we are making a cylinder right now. And next it looks like we'll go in with that stack of newspapers again, as what this pad is here. And using these newspapers, we could kind of control which way the bubble is going to blow out. And if I didn't mention already, this glass right here is not orange. It's simply glowing orange from how hot it is. It's radiating light and heat at the same time just because it's so warm, and kind of like to compare it to lava. But once again, the true color of this glass is going to be a transparent magenta swirled in with an opaque light pink. And you'll see this color becoming more apparent as soon as the glass starts to cool down a little bit and is blown a little bit thinner as well. And next we're going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and this is carving a jack line into the glass. So this divot or line that's forming near the pipe is where we will break this piece off the pipe later on. Now I've already mentioned that we have swirls of two different colors together, so I'd also like to mention that sometimes different colors can blow out very differently from each other. And so while they're working on this piece, they have to make sure that they're blowing everything out very evenly and they're really controlling the heat. Otherwise, we could have one color blow out way more than another and have a little bit of a lumpy or kind of uneven thickness. And I'd just like to mention that just to kind of show off even more how complex this piece is, even though they are just making a cylinder. And it looks like we've heated this glass up and we have held that bubble up towards the ceiling. And this has pushed that glass down onto itself. It's kind of slumped down. And this will create a wider squatter shape of our bubble, of course, which means that we are going for a wider and squatter cylinder. And we've been using these wooden paddles for a few things throughout our processes, but we also use them to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that radiates from the glass, which is what they were just doing there. That's why it seemed like they were kind of hovering around with those paddles, but they are actually protecting Sarah's arms from the heat. And we're working on flattening the bottom of this cylinder out using that same wooden paddle and keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, those two metal blades. And this should be pushing the glass into a 90-degree corner on the bottom of the piece. And the lower half of this cylinder is done. So they actually just briefly cooled the bottom of the cylinder off using some compressed air. They're now heating up the other side of the cylinder, just kind of trying to balance that heat out since a lot of the heat was focused on the very bottom of the cylinder previously. And while they're balancing the heat out over on the left bench, Gabe is preparing the punty. And the punty is just a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end that they'll attach to the bottom of this piece. And this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece. So Sarah briefly goes in and marks the center of the bottom of the cylinder using a broken piece of glass. Just helps them kind of make a target for themselves to hit center. And that punty has just been brought over. And as I mentioned, this will be attached to the very center of the bottom of our cylinder. And once this connection is secure, they'll go ahead and break the cylinder away from its original pipe using a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to the other side of our cylinder as well as an opening into our cylinder. So from here, we're going to just trim off a little bit of excess glass before completely opening the cylinder up and finishing it off.